Hello, hello, good morning. You all look lovely today morning. Thanks for coming. We praise God indeed for you gracing our occasion today. I'm here to make a few announcements. First and foremost, our bathrooms are the extreme right. There are two of them. So there is one directly opposite me, and then there is another one adjacent to the tent. Secondly, we are going to have breakfast. And this is how we're going to have it. Our VIP guests will go to the extreme left. We've preserved a table for them. And the rest of us are going to use these two for the time being. There is the first one there on my right and the second on the right as well. So before we go for breakfast, let's humble ourselves and pray for the food that we're about to take. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of life. We come in your midst. Please bless us. Bless the occasion today. Bless the food that we are about to eat. May it nourish us. May it sustain us throughout this occasion. In Jesus' name I've prayed. So please, bon appetit. I'll request our band to hold on a beat. You will go after the guests have gone. We are preserving a table for you. Hello, hello. It's almost time. I hope you had a lovely breakfast. I hope we met your expectations somehow. We're almost starting, so I request that you make your way back to the tent. All those who are still outside, please find your way back. We're about to start in about 5. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's get in back. All those who are still outside, please come back in. Prosecutors who are still outside of the tent, please come back in. Sorry.
Let us rise as we welcome the Honorable, the Principal Judge. My lady, you're welcome. You're most welcome. Thank you very much for coming. We may take our seats. May we please be seated? We are ready to commence with the program. May we please be seated? We are ready to commence with the program. Thank you very much, the police band. All right, we are ready to commence with our program. The Honorable, the Principal Judge, Honorable Ministers in acting capacity, Honorable Justices of the Supreme Court, Honorable Justices of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Judges of the High Court, Heads of Diplomatic Missions, the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Inspector General of Government, Chairpersons of Constitutional Commissions, Members of Constitutional Commissions, Permanent Secretaries, the Inspector General of Police, the Commissioner General of Prisons, the Joan Kagezi family, members of top management of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, executive directors, heads of the justice, law and order sector institutions, heads of international organizations, heads of non-governmental organizations, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, in all your respective capacities, good morning. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to the 8th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture being held under the theme, Prosecution as a Catalyst for Economic Transformation, Safety, and Public Trust. Today we gather not only to reflect on the life and legacy of the late Joan Kagezi, but also to celebrate the values, contributions, and enduring impact that continue to inspire us. We are deeply honored as the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions by the presence of all of you who have taken time to join us for this important occasion. Your presence is a testament to the respect and admiration held for the memory we commemorate today. This memorial lecture provides us with an opportunity to reflect, learn, and engage in meaningful discussion on issues that were dear to Joan Kagezi and which remain relevant to our society and institutions today. It is our hope that the insights shared during this lecture will inspire renewed commitment, professional excellence, and service to humanity. I take this opportunity to express our appreciation to the sponsors of this year's lecture, including the Government of Uganda, the Justice, Law and Order sector, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, the International Development Law Organization, International Justice Mission, Redeem International, and the Human Trafficking Institute. Thank you very much for your support. My name is Jacqueline Okwi. I am a Chief State Attorney and the Public Relations Officer of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and I'll be the Program Manager together with Ms. Irene Nachimbugwe. She is also a Chief State Attorney and the Deputy Public Relations Officer. We shall strictly follow the program before us unless modifications are necessary. I will now take this opportunity to invite our ODPP pastor, Pastor David Semfuma, to come and pray for us to have a fruitful and memorable lecture. You're most welcome, Pastor David.
Yes. Good morning, everybody in this beautiful tent. I would beg for your attention for the importance of this small and a few minutes that I have here. First of all, I would love to give you a story in 1 minute. A gentleman was tired of life and he wanted to commit suicide. He looked for a person that would poison him and could not find one. So he said, okay, I'll commit it myself. He got his rope, get behind his compound. There was a tree, tied a rope on one of the branches of that tree, and got ready with his tools to hang himself. He got a surprise that on the top of the tree there was a very, very huge snake. And it was ready to strike in the moment when he wanted to kill himself. So in his prayer, he said, Lord, I am tired of life. I'm not any more good. So I would love to come before you right now and welcome me in glory. When the snake was coming to him, swimming, wanting to bite, he threw everything away and began to run away, calling, oh my God, save my life. I don't want to die now. The interpretation of the story is within your heart. What does it mean when you're tired of life and you want to kill yourself and then see something that wants to really finish you off, and then instead of allowing it to bite you, you simply run away demanding for life? I'm saying that to say this is very important. Can we stand up and welcome the CEO of this universe, called the God of heaven, the Almighty God, and the ruler of the universe, and commit this function in his hands? You are free to bow your head, because I guess at this time everyone is humbled and ready to pray. You may open or close your eyes depending on how you believe it, but God is ready to hear us and bless us this day. Heavenly Father, the Almighty God, the source of wisdom and justice, truth and peace, we come before you and into your holy presence with reverence and humility as we gather for this memorial lecture in honor of the late Joan Kagezi, a woman of courage, conviction, and unwavering commitment to justice. Lord, we thank you for the gift of her legacy she left in pursuit of righteousness, accountability, and the rule of law. Though her voice was silenced on the earth, her dedication continues to inspire generations to stand firmly for truth and for integrity. Today, as we reflect on the theme, prosecution as a catalyst for economic transformation and safety in public trust, we ask for your divine guidance over every word spoken, over thought shared, every resolution conceived in this gathering. Wisdom, prosecution judges and investigations and policymakers and all leaders entrusted with administration of justice, may they be guided not by fear, corruption, or personal gain, but by integrity and fairness and a deep commitment to your justice system. We pray and commit every common good that's going to be administered here to the glory of your name. Let justice flow like a mighty river, bringing healing to communities and confidence to institutions and hope to the citizens of Uganda. Father, we pray for our nation. Strengthen the foundations of truth and accountability in every sector of society. Where there is corruption, bring conviction. Where there is insecurity, establish peace. Where there is public trust has been broken, restore confidence through the transparent and faithful leadership, using every man and woman at the strategic gate. Bless them. We acknowledge, oh God, that sustainability of economic transformation cannot flourish where injustice prevails. Therefore, rise and raise men and women of courage who would defend the innocent, uphold the law, protect the public resources, and preserve the dignity of every citizen. Let prosecution not be merely an instrument of punishment, but a force for national renewal, safety, and social stability. We also remember all the public servants who risk their lives in daily service to justice and security. Cover them with your protection, strengthen their families, renew their spirits, that they will not be victims of discouragement, preserve everything of theirs. As this lecture begins, may your presence dwell among us. Let this occasion ignite a meaningful dialogue, inspire ethical leadership, and produce ideas that will shape a safer and more prosperous and more just society. May the legacy of Joan Kagezi continue to speak through the values she defended: courage and patriotism, sacrifice and justice. We commit this gathering in your hands. trusting that you, the good God, the God of justice, will lead us in truth and in unity. In the mighty name of the Lord Jesus Christ, we pray, and everybody say, Amen. God bless you, my lady. It's my honor to say, we love you, celebrate you. DPP, you are mine, and we love you, celebrate you. And the rest of you, I'm not in charge of this function. We just want to honor you and bless you in Jesus' name.
Thank you very much, Pastor David, for that good prayer. Please take your seats. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I now take the pleasure to invite our Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Mr. Odumbi James Owere, to come and make welcome remarks. Mr. Odumbi, you're most welcome.
A good morning to all of us. Permit me stand on the protocol as presented by the program manager. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, I want to warmly welcome you to this 8th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. The theme of this memorial lecture was deliberately chosen, and it is looking at prosecution as a catalyst for economic transformation, safety, and public trust. The Office of the DPP has just concluded a 3-day symposium which was held at Hotel Africana. The theme of this symposium, 2026 edition, was enhancing professionalism for responsive prosecution services. We, as the organizing committee, deliberately picked on these topics, these themes, to re-emphasize our role in the community, the values we're supposed to espouse, the values we are supposed to project, and the values that our slain sister Joan Kagezi stood for, and maybe for which reason she was felled. We as prosecutors, we are the voice of the silent, the dead, the weak, and sometimes the strong. But largely, it is for those who are not able to stand for themselves. And Joan stood for that. It is an honor for me specifically because I was recruited on the same day into the Department of Public Prosecutions with the late Joan Kagezi. We sat in the same office for about a year, and we continued to serve this country in various parts. While Joan was in Mukono, I was in Bosoga. Then as we grew up in service, she took on the docket of international crimes, and I was in the fraud section and land crimes. At the time we joined, we were only about 20 lawyers, and we're a department under the Minister of Justice. When the office of the DPP was created under the 1995 Constitution, we were the first officers. And it is humbling to me to remind ourselves, especially the prosecutors of today, that when we started off around 1995, we were 20. Today, we are more than 420. In 2015, Joan was assassinated, but that has not stopped other officers joining the prosecution service. It's a calling. It is on the basis of this that I want to remind and charge our prosecutors today. You have a constitutional job, you have a constitutional duty. You are called upon by the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda to execute your mandate having regard to the public interest and the interest for the administration of justice, and above all, to prevent the abuse of the legal process. You should not be intimidated, whether by bundles of money, physical threat. You must remain steadfast in executing this mandate. And I charge you today on behalf of the DPP and the community that this is not a simple task, and you should be able to stand up to it. These are principles and values that Joan stood for. They are values that she cherished, and probably that's why she lost her life. For a time, the prosecution office was frozen. From 2015, when we lost Joan, we did not know what happened. It feels a lot lighter today that at least we have an idea of what happened. In due course, we shall get justice for Joan. But until then, let's remain steadfast in execution of our constitutional mandate. Finally, I want to thank the Republic or the government of Uganda for making our conditions better in the recent years. When we started off, they were good, but with the passage of time, government has been supporting us immensely in executing our mandate in our terms and conditions of service and offering us the security that we need to execute this constitutional mandate. Maybe my plea today would be, what would happen? What would government do for us if we have ceased being in the office? When we retire, most of the time we are dealing with situations. Most of the time we're dealing with situations such as those that Joan found herself in. We thank you for looking after us while in office. We just pose the question, what happens after that? The Director of Public Prosecutions, it is my honor to welcome you and congratulate you on the first 8th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. Welcome to the institution and congratulations from the organizing team. I want also to warmly welcome the new babies. I know my lord, my lady, the PJ, left some toddlers. They are still growing, but we recently got other babies. We want to warmly welcome them to this institution and remind them of the constitutional charge. Do not back down, do not be intimidated. We are stronger when we work together and we follow the law. And when we follow the law, then we are talking about what, or supporting what the theme of this symposium is, to honor the memory of Kagezi Joan by doing our job right, and in the process we set off a catalytic cycle that brings about economic transformation, safety, and public trust for the prosecution service. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dumbi James Owere, Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions and also the Chairperson of the Organizing Committee for this event. Thank you very much for those highlights. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me now to recognize a few dignitaries in our presence or in our midst. We have with us the Honorable, the Principal Judge, Honorable Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo. You're most welcome. And we have with us the Director of Public Prosecutions seated beside her, Mr. Lino Anguzu. This is his first Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. In our midst, we have Honorable Lady Justice Cornelia Kakoza Sabiti, Justice of the Court of Appeal. You're most welcome. In our midst is Honorable Judge Vincent Wagona, Judge of the High Court. You're very welcome. We have with us Lady Justice Aisha Naluze Batala, the Inspector General of Government. You're most welcome. We have with us Mr. Robert Kasande. He's the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, also Acting Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. We have with us the Chairperson of the Judicial Service Commission, Honorable Judge Dr. Douglas Karekona Singiza. You're most welcome. We also have with us Her Excellency Dr. Katia Yvonne Kashboma, Head of Mission for the Austrian Embassy in Uganda, you're most welcome. In our presence, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, is the Kagezi family. We have Miss Carol Kagezi, you're most welcome. We also have Mr. George Philip Kagezi, you're most welcome. We have with us members of top management of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Ms. Agnes Kainza Nzoji is the Permanent Secretary. Mr. Dumbi James Owere, who has just spoken to us, Deputy DPP. Mr. John Baptist Asimwe, Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. Mr. George William Biansi, he is also a Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. We also have with us from the State House Anti-Corruption Unit, Mr. Amos Ngolobe. He's a legal advisor there, but also retired Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Office of the DPP. From the international organizations, we have Miss Winnie Jeptum Bagoria. She's the head of office, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime in Uganda. We also have with us Miss Gabrielle Massey, Country Director, Human Trafficking Institute. You're welcome. In our presence also is Miss Barbara Kiley, Country Manager, International Law Development Organization. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have with us from the Ministry of Public Service, we have Ms. Catherine Musingwire Bitarakwate, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Public Service. You're most welcome. And we shall also announce the presence of Dr. Daniel Ronald Roheza, the Head Department of Law and Jurisprudence, School of Law, Makerere University. Other announcements shall be made later. Thank you very much. And now at this point, please permit me to invite the Kagezi family to come and make their remarks at this 8th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. The Kagezi family, you're most welcome.
Good morning. I'll also ask for your permission to kindly adopt the protocol. However, it is very important that I read it out because without each and every one of you present or recognized, this day wouldn't be what it is. So I kindly request for the protocol sheet so that I can be able to recognize everyone in their various capacities before I get into the welcome remarks. The Honorable Principal Judge, the keynote speaker, the Honorable Judges of the High Court, Honorable Justices of the Court of Appeal present, Honorable Judges of the High Court present, Heads of Diplomatic Missions, Honorable Members of Parliament present, the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Inspector General of Government, chairpersons of constitutional commissions, members of constitutional commissions, permanent secretaries present, the Inspector General of Police, Commissioner General of Prisons, members of the top management of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, executive directors, heads of the justice, law and order sector institutions, heads of the international organizations, the heads of the non-governmental organizations, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished dignitaries, and you forgive me if I've left anyone out, but ladies and gentlemen, in all your capacities, your respective capacities, it's an honor to welcome you to the 8th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. Today, as we stand before you, we carry two things at once: the unbearable weight of loss and the immeasurable pride of legacy. We stand here not merely as representatives of the family of the late Joan Kagezi, but as a son and daughter of a woman whose life became larger than her death itself, and we are greatly honored. There are people who occupy offices, and then there are people who occupy history. We are humbled that through these memorial lectures, Joan Kagezi has occupied history. The continuity of these memorial lectures, now woven into the very fabric of the annual Prosecutors Symposium, stands as a profound testament to the impact of her life and service, an honor for which our family remains deeply humbled and eternally grateful. To the nation, she was a fearless prosecutor. To many in this room, she was a colleague and defender of justice. But for us, she was something even more human. Joan was laughter echoing through the corridors of our home, discipline at the dinner table, the voice that corrected you with very few words, and a warmth that somehow made impossible days survivable. One who entrusted us with great responsibilities whilst we were young, because duty often called her away. And even then, as children, we understood something difficult but beautiful, that we were sharing her with the nation. Because Joan believed deeply that each Ugandan deserved better, she believed justice was not an abstract principle reserved for courtrooms and the textbooks. She believed justice was personal. It was a difference between fear and hope, between chaos and peace, and between a nation that merely survives and one that truly and shall truly prosper. Joan chose to stand where many would have retreated when she was called to confront. For that courage, she paid the ultimate price. But here is what evil never understands. When you take a life of a courageous person, you do not kill courage. Instead, you multiply it. And this is why this lecture matters. Therefore, today is not merely remembrance. It is an act of resistance against forgetting a fallen soldier and a continued reassurance to prosecutors, to public servants, and to the ordinary citizens that even in difficult times we can stand together and deny evil. The theme before us today, prosecution as a catalyst for economic transformation, safety, and public trust, is not just an academic deliberation, but rather deeply human, because economies do not grow where fear governs, investments do not flourish where justice is uncertain, and families do not dream where corruption suffocates hope. Justice is not separate from development, but rather justice is the foundation upon which development stands. A trustworthy justice system creates the confidence that allows businesses to invest, communities to flourish, and citizens to believe once again in the promise of their motherland. Prosecutors are therefore not merely legal officers, they are guardians of public trust. They are the shields for the market vendors against exploitation, shields for the investor against fraud, shields for the women and children and men from abuse, and shields for our nation's constitution. To the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, thank you for refusing to allow her sacrifice to fade into history. And to every Ugandan listening today, may we remember to care. And so today, on behalf of our family, I ask something simple of all of us. Let us not merely admire courage. Let us practice it in our offices, in our homes, in leadership, in business, in government, in those quiet places where character is formed long before the world is watching. The greatest tribute we can offer to Joan Kagezi is not simply to remember how she died, but rather it is to live with the same conviction with which she lived. May her courage challenge us, may her sacrifice continue to inspire us, and may God continue to bless the Republic of Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Kagezi family, Philip and Carol. And as the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, we are indeed proud of your mother's legacy. And we also would like to thank you so much for teaming with us every time we have the Joan Kagezi Memorial Lectures. Thank you so much, and thank you for your remarks. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to have the keynote speech. And this year, for the 8th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture, we have a very special keynote speaker who happens to be the former Director of Public Prosecutions. She's now Uganda's Principal Judge, none other than Honorable Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo. Please permit me to read her biography. About Honorable Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo, Principal Judge of Uganda. Honorable Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo is the Principal Judge of Uganda, appointed to the office in November 2025. She is one of Uganda's most accomplished legal practitioners, bringing to the bench over 25 years of distinguished service across criminal law, public prosecution, judicial practice, and institutional leadership. Honorable Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo holds a Bachelor of Laws from Makerere University, a postgraduate diploma in legal practice from the Law Development Center, a Master of Laws from Trinity College Dublin, Ireland, a Masters of Arts in Peace and Conflict Studies from Makerere University, and is currently pursuing a Doctor of Philosophy at the University College of Africa. Her legal career commenced in the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, where she rose steadily through the ranks over more than 2 decades. She served as a State Attorney, Resident State Attorney, Senior Principal State Attorney, Senior Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions, heading the Anti-Corruption Department. In 2018, she was appointed a Judge of the High Court of Uganda, and she worked in the Criminal Division, where she presided over criminal matters and served as the judiciary's focal point person for both plea bargaining and sexual gender-based violence cases. In April 2020, Justice Abodo was appointed Director of Public Prosecutions, the first woman to hold that office in Uganda, a position she held with great distinction until her elevation to the position of Principal Judge in November 2025. As Director of Public Prosecutions, she had overall responsibility for criminal proceedings across Uganda and led transformative reforms in prosecutorial practice. At the international stage, Justice Abodo has represented Uganda and the African continent with great honor. She served as a member of the Executive Committee of the International Association of Prosecutors. She was the Secretary General of the Eastern Africa Association of Prosecutors and Vice President of the same. She has led Uganda's delegation to the United Nations Commission on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice in Vienna. She is a member of the International Association of Women Judges and a court-accredited mediator. As Principal Judge now, Justice Abodo provides strategic leadership for the High Court. She supports the Chief Justice in the administration of justice. She oversees judicial appointments and resource management and drives policies aimed at enhancing efficiency, reducing case backlogs, and improving access to justice for all Ugandans. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed privileged and honored to have the Honorable Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo, the Principal Judge of Uganda, as our keynote speaker today for the 8th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. My lady, you're most welcome to give your keynote address.
A good morning. I don't know whether the people at the end can hear. I think this microphone is not very loud. Or I use both. The Joan Kagezi family, which has, by the way, grown. I saw your wife, Philip, in a beautiful orange at the back. And there is also, I think, a 3-year-old small Kagezi somewhere. The protocol was read out by Philip. I think, Philip, I can use that. Yes, the protocol was read out by Philip, but allow me just recognize the presence of my brother, the Honorable, the Director of Public Prosecutions. Thank you so much for bringing us to this beautiful venue. As I met you and I said, you waited for me to go away, then you come to this beautiful venue. Yes. I was excited to see my sister, the PS Public Service. Yeah, she supported us a lot, by the way. The prosecutors, if you knew, you'd be clapping harder. Also, I don't want to appear before the Judicial Service Commission for insubordination. My Lord, the Chairperson, Judicial Service Commission, I recognize you there. And the IGG, my sister, I did not declare, but now I'm declaring. The other goat I got in Lira. The goat was so big, I said I must declare. I'm going to come and declare it. Yes, the gallant prosecutors, both serving and retired, the development partners. It's so nice to see familiar faces. And of course, joined by another familiar face now, UNODC. We want to thank you for remaining steadfast in supporting the office of the DPP. My lords, the justices of the Court of Appeal present, and the judges of the High Court. Justice Wagona, I told you that you were supposed to come here robed. I don't know how you did not robe this morning. Yes. But I want to recognize all of you, all friends of the office of the DPP present here, the police ban, I can see you there. I want to say I'm really excited to be back home because this is home. It is nice to see the familiar faces and to be able to actually almost know more than a half of them by name. Yes. And to know that Pastor David remained in the institution, praying for the institution. Thank you, Pastor David. I was for burial yesterday, and I want us to remember my twin brother, Magambo, lost a son. I want us to remember him in our prayers, that God sustains him and gives him the strength. No one should be burying an 18-year-old son. Yes. No parent should be burying a child at whatever age. So I want us to remember him. And now I go to the keynote. It is a profound honor to address this distinguished gathering as a keynote speaker at the 8th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. Let me begin by honoring the woman in whose name we gather here today. Joan Kagezi was just not any ordinary prosecutor. She spent the better part of her career prosecuting those cases which we fear as prosecutors. You don't want that case. Terrorism, murder, war criminals. She did this despite the threats. And that is the measure of the woman we honor today and whose unfinished work we are actually carrying forward. I like it when Bosi, Mr. Dumbi, said, yes, team strong. I can see you're still strong. Said that the death of Joan, we have continued to actually recruit more. If you knew how many people apply when we advertise, that just shows you the noble profession that we are in as prosecutors. So we are here to finish that work that she started. I want the family of Joan Kagezi to know that our work did not actually die with her. And the prosecution of the 2010 Kampala bombings suspects actually continued. And the International Crimes Division, which she helped build, by the way, went on in October of 2024 to secure Uganda's first ever domestic conviction for international crimes. So our legacy still lives on. If you doubted that, yes, you should clap, because from that, the DPP is born. You see? From that, the DPP is born. Today, we do not just memorialize, but we also examine whether Uganda's prosecution function is fulfilling the promise she died to protect. That is the spirit of the annual lecture. The theme of this year's lecture, is so on point. Prosecution as a catalyst for economic transformation, safety, and public trust. It's a national conversation that Uganda urgently needs to have. Uganda is a country of extraordinary potential. We sit on oil reserves. We have among the youngest and fastest growing population on the African continent, and if properly invested, of course, through education, through healthcare, and opportunity, can power actually decades of growth. We have fertile soil. We have a strategic geography at the heart of East Africa and an expanding services sector. These are genuine and really, really significant strengths for our country. However, crimes such as corruption, financial crime, terrorism financing act as a hidden tax. It is a tax on our potential. That tax that we don't see, but they drain the national budget. They deter investors and they destroy the social contract between the state and the citizens of this country. According to Uganda's own crime data, in 2025 alone, there were 11,548 cases of corruption and related economic offenses reported to law enforcement. You can imagine that huge number. These figures represent only, by the way, the reported cases. The unreported are not included here. The real number of incidents of economic crime is almost certainly, of course, far higher, given the well-documented gap between the occurrence of such offenses and, of course, their formal reporting. The persistence of more than 11,000 economic crime cases annually is a direct strain on Uganda's development trajectory. The IGG in March of this year described corruption in Uganda as having become more sophisticated and, of course, more organized. In 2023-2024 financial year alone, the IGG investigated 2,707 complaints and recovered 30 billion in stolen public funds. But of course, this just represents the smallest fraction of what is lost. The gap between what is recovered and what is stolen is the gap that we, prosecution, must close. Against this backdrop, the question is not whether prosecution matters to Uganda's economic transformation, to our safety, and to public trust. The question is how it can be made to matter more. I have structured this address around 3 pillars that correspond directly to the 3 dimensions of our theme. Yeah, this can help. This light is so hot, it's like I am just in a oven. By the end of my address, I'll be ready. I'll be totally cooked. But thank you so much. Even the thing is moving and moving. I think put it there. Okay, thank you. I hope it also doesn't dry my eyes completely that I can't see. But Mr. DPP, by the way, when I was coming before I sat down, I noticed that the children are looking thinner. They are looking thinner ever since I left them. Yes. Yeah, it's good to be back home, and really, I'm so grateful that you gave me to be the keynote. If you had not given me, I would have come as something else and got one more chance to speak to them. 3 pillars. The first pillar, prosecution for economic transformation, deterrence, and investor climate. The link between prosecution and economic transformation, it begins with deterrence. Every investor, whether it is a domestic entrepreneur or a multinational corporation, they perform a risk calculation before committing capital to a jurisdiction. That calculation includes the rule of law assessment. Are contracts enforceable here? Are property rights protected? If someone steals from my business, will the state pursue it? If a public official demands a bribe, will they be prosecuted and convicted if found guilty? These calculations determine whether capital flows into Uganda or it is directed elsewhere. When corruption prosecutions are few, when they're slow, or result in acquittals just because there was a weak case preparation. That signal is received very, very clearly by the investors that Uganda is a no-go area. Uganda has for too long ranked poorly on global corruption perception indices. Such rankings translate directly into capital allocation decisions. Lower foreign direct investment and a diminished tax base with which we fund public services. Weak prosecution is therefore, in economic terms, self-imposed penalty on growth. The Anti-Corruption Department of the ODPP is Namatovu here. She's still carrying the flag. She's there. Oh, Bambi, she looks thinner. Oh, I shouldn't have left, really. I shouldn't have left. The Anti-Corruption Department of the ODPP was established as an institutional response to this challenge, and its record has been remarkable. It has now achieved and sustained a conviction rate of over 90% cases before the Anti-Corruption Court. Please don't be jealous. Clap. The other departments, clap. Appeals, clap, clap, clap. Yes. This message is to every potential offender, every potential investor, and every ordinary citizen in Uganda that corruption actually has consequences. That is the deterrent message that economic transformation requires. We must sustain and deepen it through prosecution-guided investigations, competent and well-supported state attorneys, and courts that consistently prioritize these matters. The second is asset recovery. Prosecution's contribution to economic transformation extends to the recovery of assets. Every coin of stolen public funds recovered through prosecution is actually money returned to the national budget. Asset recovery, in other words, is prosecution's most direct economic contribution. You can actually go thumping your chest to the Ministry of Finance and ask for more money because of just this. We draw examples from the United Kingdom's Crown Prosecution Service that implemented its economic crime strategy between 2019 and 2024 and recovered over 450 million pounds through confiscation orders in economic crime cases alone, with 88 million pounds returned directly to victims by way of compensation. And Uganda can also do that. Uganda must build systematically towards similar outcomes, calibrated, of course, to our own legal framework and, of course, our resource environment. This requires sustained investment in digital forensic capacity at the ODPP, active use of bilateral mutual legal assistance treaties and domestic legislation, providing adequate tools for civil asset forfeiture, which of course we don't have because ours is conviction-based. The third, national economic security. The third economic dimension of our theme is national economic security. The World Bank estimates that corruption costs the developing countries approximately 1.26 trillion USD annually. Further, the Office of the Auditor General has year in upon year out flagged billions of shillings in irregular, unaccounted, or misappropriated public expenditure. The prosecution function is the essential bridge between audit findings and, of course, accountability. Without credible prosecution of the irregularities that the Auditor General identifies, the audit function becomes performative and accountability definitely becomes unreal. Uganda has enacted the Anti-Money Laundering Act and has put FIA mechanisms in place. But statutes are only as strong as the prosecution capacity that enforces it. Otherwise, it remains in the books. Prosecutors handling such cases must be trained in tracing financial flows, working in close and sustained partnership with, of course, the Financial Intelligence Authority, and building cases that meet the high evidentiary thresholds that such charges demand. The second pillar, prosecution for public safety. Prosecution catalyzes public safety in ways that are both direct and structural. Directly, it removes dangerous individuals, of course, from society, protects communities from repeat offending, and validates the norms that make peaceful coexistence possible. Structurally, the consistent prosecution of serious crime communicates to potential offenders that criminal behavior will definitely have consequences. This structural deterrence is public safety's most durable foundation. Let me use the Thomas Kwoyelo case as an example. Uganda's commitment to accountability for international crimes was tested for more than 2 decades by the consequences of the LRA's army in the northern part of the country. The communities of the Choli, the Langis, and partly the Iteso paid an incalculable human price. However, the question that prosecution must answer, even decades later, does the state see what happened? Does it care? And will it act? The International Crimes Division of the High Court was Uganda's institutional answer to that question. It was a declaration that atrocity would not be tolerated and that the rule of law extended to the most serious crimes known to humanity. In August of 2024, the ICD delivered its verdict in Uganda versus Thomas Kwoyelo, conviction of 44 counts of war crimes and crimes against humanity. And I want to salute the Deputy DPP, Mr. Beyonce, with your team. Yes. Thomas Kwoyelo in October of 2024 was sentenced to 40 years imprisonment. This was Uganda's first ever successful domestic prosecution of international crimes. And it came about because prosecutors, investigators, judicial officers actually did not give up. And I want to thank all of us for that. For our theme, this conviction means public safety. It tells the communities of northern Uganda who suffered decades that the state sees them and that their suffering has been actually acknowledged by law. That acknowledgement is itself a form of safety. This is the same message we should sound out with the prosecution of violent crimes, including murders, robberies, defilements, thefts. Every conviction is a form of reassurance to the communities that the state is actually ready to protect them. The third and last pillar, prosecution for public trust. The third dimension of our theme is public trust. A prosecution service that is technically proficient and constitutionally independent will still fail at its essential mission if the public actually does not trust it, because then they will not bring any cases to you, so you'll have no work. Without public trust, witnesses will not come forward. Victims will not report offenses. And communities will seek extrajudicial remedies. And the criminal justice system will lose the social legitimacy that gives its outcomes meaning. Prosecution that lacks public trust is prosecution that cannot actually catalyze anything. Public trust is built through the accumulated experience of thousands of citizens who observe how the system treats them and their cases. Independence, integrity, and perception of impartiality. Article 120 of the Uganda Constitution vests the prosecution function in an independent director of public prosecutions. The prosecution service must therefore not only be independent in fact, but seen to be independent in the manner of its decisions and consistency of its standards across all cases, whether it is a theft case or whether it is a case involving trillions of shillings. I always say that every case is a case, because when some old woman reports the theft of, I actually went for an outing to Ginger, and we were staying in some place deep in the village. And I was walking in the morning and met an old woman leading 2 goats. And she led them near the place where we were staying. I think our garden was somewhere there. Then again in the evening we were walking, and we had walked almost about 5 kilometers to the main road. And I met that old woman coming back with the 2 goats. You can imagine if one of those goats is stolen, and then she comes to report. The police tell her, really, just a goat. But that is everything to her. So every case becomes really important, and that's how the prosecutors should look at it. You know, files come to us, and sometimes we can forget that there are human beings behind those files. So, the prosecution service, therefore, came up with decision to charge guidelines, which were launched in 2023. These were designed precisely actually to operationalize this principle by requiring that every decision to prosecute or not to prosecute any individual follows a consistent, evidence-based, and documented process. The guidelines create an audit trail of prosecutorial reasoning that can withstand public scrutiny. The rights of victims. Public trust in prosecution is also built through how victims are treated through the criminal justice process. For example, SGBV cases are reported to be one of the most chronically unreported categories of serious crime. The reasons you all know. Because there are barriers to time, to distance, to cost. When survivors observe that the state treats their cases with priority and treats them with dignity, when they are not re-traumatized by the very process meant to protect them, trust is actually built. Additionally, how we handle actual crimes against the state builds public trust. For example, we sometimes speak of corruption as a crime against the state, yet corruption is actually a crime against specific, identifiable human beings. The patient who could not access medicine at a government health center because drugs were stolen, among others. The public demands that prosecution speaks to and for those human beings. When it does, it actually builds public trust. Transparency, data, and institutional accountability. When I talk about data, I saw Reagan. I want to congratulate Reagan and team. After being on contract for so many years. Now, my sister Catherine will not be happy to hear this. After being on contract for so many years, finally, they are in the stream, in the mainstream. So I want to thank you, Reagan and team, for holding it there and staying in the trenches until So we thank God for that. Public trust also demands that the prosecution service hold itself accountable to measurable performance standards that the public can actually observe and interrogate. The ODPP strategic plan created such benchmarks and reflects a trend towards measurable institutional accountability that the public can actually track cases. I urge the current leadership of the ODPP to continue and deepen this trajectory. Public reporting of prosecution statistics, corruption rates, case disposal timelines, asset recovery figures, and victim satisfaction data is the mechanism through which a public institution demonstrates accountability to the citizens it serves. And I'm so sorry, I forgot to tell you that at the end of my lecture, I'm going to pick people at random, especially the ones I see who are dozing there at the corner. I can still see. Yes, you're going to be answering questions. Before I conclude, I want to suggest some recommendations. Invest in specialization. Economic crimes, cybercrime, terrorism financing, and money laundering are technically complex matters that cannot be prosecuted effectively without specialization. They require prosecutors with deep knowledge of digital forensics, financial flows, and the architecture of international illicit finance. The ODPP must strengthen its dedicated specialized units with appropriate and sustained, not a one-off, resourcing, and create career pathways that incentivize deep expertise. The second, strengthen prosecution-guided investigations. In complex matters, the quality of prosecution is substantially determined by the quality of the investigation that precedes it. Early and sustained prosecutorial involvement in complex investigations significantly improves evidence gathering. I'm already preaching to the converted because the prosecutors know that. Yes, I see Gabby is giving me a very, very nice smile. I think she's very interested in prosecution-guided investigations, and she's going to direct our focus maybe on this. Yes. The third one is embracing technology. Criminal justice systems cannot prosecute 21st century crime with 20th century tools. Digital evidence is now central to economic crime, cybercrime, and terrorism prosecutions. Case management systems and digital evidence presentation platforms must be adapted fully. The judiciary has made significant investments in electronic filing and case tracking. And I want to urge the ODPP to align with these systems to eliminate unnecessary delays and, of course, case means management and inefficiencies that erode public confidence. The fourth recommendation that I want to share with you this morning is build a culture of integrity within the ODPP. A prosecution service that prosecutes corruption must itself be free of corruption. A prosecutor who takes a bribe undermines every other prosecution office conducts. I say this because, you know, the majority of prosecutors, the majority really do the right thing. They do. More than 3/4 do the right thing. But 1 or 2 spoil the whole thing, and we shall be said the prosecutors are corrupt. But I have been in it for over 25 years, and I know that you can survive without a bribe, and there are more than 3/4 here who do just the right thing, even when no one is watching. I want you to also deepen regional and international cooperation. Crime is increasingly becoming transnational, and prosecution must match the geography of criminality. For example, corruption proceeds cross borders. Terrorism financing networks operate in multiple jurisdictions. The ODPP must leverage Uganda's obligations under the different international covenants and bilateral mutual legal assistance treaties to pursue offenders who seek refuge in jurisdictional ambiguity. The sixth recommendation, which is very close to my heart, and which I feel that I should have done when that's one of the things that I regret that I didn't do when I was in the office of the DPP. Recognize and support retired prosecutors. As we strengthen the prosecution service for the future, we must also honor those who helped to build it. Many retired prosecutors devoted over 3 decades of distinguished service to the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and of course, ultimately to the administration of justice in Uganda. I wish to recommend to His Excellency, to commend to His Excellency, the President of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for the salary announcement and the tax waiver extended to serving prosecutors. A transformative intervention that has significantly improved the welfare, it has improved the morale, and of course the effectiveness of the prosecution service. It stands as a clear demonstration of government's recognition of the critical role prosecutors play in upholding the rule of law. However, and of course now prosecutors go on trips, on holidays, paid by themselves. They fly out of the country. You can imagine. I think the last one, they were in Dubai. Now I don't know the next one where they're going to go. But don't forget that I am still a prosecutor. I paid my subscription. Where is the president? Madam President. Yes. Please, I paid for 5 years, remember? Yes. However, there remains a category of retired prosecutors. And we are honored to have Mr. Amos Ngolobe here. Yes. Yes, that great prosecutor mentored most of us. He mentored most of us. And I'm sure when he looks at us, he's very happy that he did a good job. Yes. Mr. Ngolobe, thank you so much for your service, for your mentorship. It didn't go to waste. We have turned out well, and we are many of us who have now crossed to the judiciary. One of them is right next to you there. Yes, Justice Wagona. And he's doing a great job in the judiciary, by the way. He's one of the high-performing judges. Yeah, he continued with the good work. However, there remains a category of retired prosecutors who faithfully served this institution for many years, but retired before these reforms were implemented and were therefore unable to benefit from them. Many of these officers laid the foundation upon which the institution stands today. Some now live in very difficult circumstances despite their decades of dedicated public service. As we build a prosecution service fit for the future, I respectfully urge consideration be given to measures that can improve the welfare and dignity of the retired prosecutors in recognition of their immense contribution to the development of the institution and administration of justice in our society. And as I conclude, I also want to recognize my dear friend, Igoye Agnes. She flew all the way specifically for this, and she has never missed any of them. I thank you for always standing with the office of the DPP and for loving Joan. Thank you so much. And as I conclude, once again, I want to thank in a very special way the DPP, the Honorable, the Director of Public Prosecutions, my brother, Mr. Lino Anguzu. You're doing a great job, and you'll continue to do that. I've always told you you have my unwavering support. I've even given you permission to call me any time of the night. Yes, I told him my phone is always on, please call. It's better to consult than make a mistake because we don't really know everything. So I wish you all the very best, and I know that you'll take the prosecution service and build a center of prosecutorial excellence in the office of the DPP. I also want to recognize my legal managers. They held me together when I was in the office of the DPP. Yes. Where are those legal managers? Daudi is there. I saw the other ones doing the what? Daudi, you look really, really thin. Are you still the legal manager? But thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for loving me still, and thank you for inviting me here. May God bless each and every one of us. Thank you, and thank you so much for loving the office of the DPP and staying with us. And I'm talking to, please, don't, Daudi, don't shake your head so hard. I'm talking to the development partners now. I finished with you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I also see the Vice President of the Uganda Law Society there. Thank you so much. Thank you for loving the office of the DPP and for coming to be with us today. Thank you. I say all this for God and my country.
Let us appreciate the Honorable, the Principal Judge and Keynote Speaker for her address. My lady, we thank you so much for the deep insights that you have given us into our theme for this 8th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. So our keynote speaker has laid the foundation for our upcoming discussion. Thank you so much, my lady, the PJ, for doing justice to the theme. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to make a few more recognitions of some notable guests in our midst. We have in our midst a representative from the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Mr. Odi de Jong. You're most welcome. We also have a representative from the British High Commission, Mr. Nigel Holmes, Political Counselor. You're most welcome. In our midst also is AIGP Waswa David, Director, Counterterrorism Division, Uganda Police Force. You're most welcome. We also have in our midst Miss Monica Chamazima, Country Director, Willow International. You're welcome. Miss Agnes Igoye, she has been mentioned by the Honorable the PJ. She is the Regional Migration Expert, Intergovernmental Authority on Development, that's IGAD. You're most welcome. Miss Beatrice Mulindwa, Specialist on Ending Violence Against Women, UN Women. You're most welcome. And lastly, we have Mr. Asimwe Anthony. He's the Vice President of the Uganda Association, Uganda Law Society, sorry. You're most welcome. Thank you very much for coming. And now back to our program. We're going to have a brief music interlude by the police band, and thereafter we shall proceed to have our panel discussion, which shall break down the keynote speech by the keynote speaker. Police band, thank you very much. We can use this time to take a health break. Our places of convenience are on my right-hand side. We have two on my right-hand side, one besides the other.
I request we take our seats. Our guests, let's get back to our seats. The CJ will be coming in at exactly midday. So I request we take our members. The Honorable the Chief Justice will soon be gracing the occasion. I request that we get back to our seats and get on with the program. As we're taking our seats, we want to recognize a few more people that we didn't initially, and that is we have Miss Wameitha Kimani, Country Director, International Justice Mission. Thank you for being with us. Yes, you're very welcome. We also have Miss Faith Kembabazi, Children at Risk Action Network. Yes, she's also here. Thanks for coming. We also have Dr. Nampeo Zahara, Deputy Dean, School of Law, Makerere University. Thank you for gracing our occasion. We have Mr. Moses Bakabe, Advisor for Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Thank you very much for coming. We also have Mr. Paul Woniae, Director of Program Management, Redeem International. Thank you for coming. We also have Dr. Brian Kalenge, Senior Law Lecturer, King Caesar University. Thanks for coming. A very good friend of Joan Kagezi. You work together. Thanks for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also expecting the Chief Justice anytime from now. But I propose that we go on with our program. As he will be making his way, we shall be notified accordingly. At this juncture, please allow me to invite Dr. Daniel Reza. He's a senior lecturer, head of Department of Law and Jurisprudence, School of Law, Makerere University. He's coming as the moderator for today's discussion. I'll let him introduce the discussants and take us through the next session. You're very welcome. Let me give it in. I think you take a seat.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, ODPP, for the opportunity that you have given me. I also would like to observe the protocol as well established, and I will not add or subtract to it. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now have our panel discussion. I bring you greetings from the School of Law, Makerere University, and very grateful that the ODPP has given us an opportunity as a School of Law to participate in this very important 8th Memorial Lecture in honor of Joan Kagezi. Our first panelist is the Honorable Justice Vincent Wagona. Justice Vincent Wagona is a judge of the High Court of Uganda. I'll kindly request you, Your Lordship, to take your seat right here with me. Our second panelist is the DPP himself, the Director of Public Prosecutions, Mr. Lino Anguzu, but it seems he's waiting for one of our guests to join us, and so we shall give him time when he is ready to come and be with us. As we wait for him, we'll also be joined by the third member of our panel, Mr. Moses Bekabye, who is a technical advisor for economic affairs, Ministry of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development. You are most welcome, Mr. Bekabye. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we wait, I'll take the honor of introducing our panelists. The Honorable Justice Vincent Wagona is a High Court judge and currently resident judge assigned to the Fort Portal High Court Circuit. He was appointed to the High Court bench in 2021 following a distinguished career in the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Between 2006 and 2009, Justice Wagona took a leave of absence from the ODPP to serve as a trial attorney. We'll take a pause and welcome our chief guest. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us rise as we welcome the Honorable, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, representing His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda. My Lord, the Chief Justice, you're most welcome to grace this occasion today. Let us rise as we have the anthems by the police band. We may now take our seats. My Lord, the Honorable, the Chief Justice, you are most welcome to grace the 8th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture this year, being held under the theme Prosecution as a Catalyst for Economic Transformation, Safety, and Public Trust, and representing His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. We thank you so much for being present today. My Lord, the Honorable, the Chief Justice, the program already commenced, and we just had the keynote speech by the keynote speaker for this year's lecture, none other than the Honorable, the Principal Judge, Honorable Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo, who gave us deep insights into the theme of this year's lecture. We are now at the point of the panel discussion, and we have our moderator, Dr. Daniel Ruhweza, moderating the discussion. Please permit me to hand over to him to proceed. Dr. Daniel.
Thank you very much once again, Jacqueline, for the opportunity you have given us as the School of Law to participate in this very important key memorial lecture, the 8th of its kind. And I do respect the protocol as established. Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, we have 3 panel members who are going to discuss the keynote. The first is the Honorable Justice Vincent Wagona, a High Court judge and resident judge assigned to the Fort Portal High Court Circuit. He was appointed to the High Court bench in 2021 following a distinguished career in the office of the ODPP. Between 2006 and 2009, Justice Wagona took a leave of absence from the ODPP to serve as a trial attorney in the office of the prosecutor at the Special Court for Sierra Leone, an international criminal tribunal. There he participated in the prosecution of cases involving war crimes and crimes against humanity. While at the ODPP, Justice Wagona rose to the rank of Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions in charge of management and support services. He also served as the ODPP's designated accounting officer until his appointment to the judiciary. Prior to this, Justice Wagona headed the Department of Field Operations. This followed his establishment of the ODPP's Anti-Fraud Division and his role as its pioneer head, which later grew into the ODPP's full-fledged anti-corruption department. He began his career by heading a number of ODPP field stations. Justice Wagona holds a Bachelor of Laws degree from Makerere University, a postgraduate diploma in legal practice from LDC, a Master of Business Administration from ESAMI, and a diploma in management from Uganda Management Institute. You're most welcome, Justice Vincent Wagona. Yes, please. Thank you for that hand. Our second panelist is well known to most of us, Mr. Lino Anguzu, who is the Director of Public Prosecutions of Uganda. He's an accomplished Ugandan lawyer by training with an illustrious career in public service. Before his appointment as DPP, he served as Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions and Head of the Department of International Crimes in the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. He rose through the ranks from the time he joined in 2003 as a state attorney. He holds a Bachelor of Laws degree from Makerere University, a postgraduate diploma in legal practice from LDC, and a postgraduate diploma in public planning and management from Uganda Management Institute. He has also completed his studies for the award of a Master's in Public Infrastructure Management at Makerere University. In 2010, Mr. Lino Anguzu was assigned to the International Crimes Department of the ODPP, which is responsible for prosecuting high-profile and complex criminal cases, including international crimes, terrorism, trafficking in persons, piracy, and other forms of transnational organized crime. He was appointed deputy head of the department in 2016 and was elevated to head the department in 2019. Mr. Anguzu was instrumental in the prosecution of the 2010 Kampala bombings case and several other cases of terrorism and terrorism financing in Uganda. He has extensive experience in international judicial cooperation in criminal matters and has facilitated the extradition of several criminals in Uganda, including Jamil Mukulu, the suspected leader of the ADF from Tanzania. He has chaired the multi-sectoral task force for the terrorist financing risk assessment for Uganda in 2010 and played a significant role in helping Uganda get off the FATF grey list. He has been a member of the Bar Course Advisory Board of LDC and has chaired the Projects Committee of the ODPP. Internationally, Mr. Lino has consulted with various places like the Ministry of Justice of Gambia as a criminal justice advisor and has provided key insights to the government of Ethiopia on the country's traditional justice process. He has been recognized and cited by the Federal Bureau of Investigations, USA, for his expertise and assistance in joint criminal investigations. In April 2026, he was elected president of the East Africa Association of Prosecutors. That is our second panelist. Most welcome, Mr. Lino Anguzu. Our third panelist is Mr. Moses Bekabye, who is a technical advisor for economic affairs, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Mr. Bekabye is currently a technical advisor for economic affairs, focusing on economic policy and strategies, investment and financing options, and implementation frameworks for government programs. Between December 2016 and February 2015, he was the Chief Executive Officer of the URBRA, Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. He spearheaded reforms in the pension sector since 2008, leading to the establishment of a regulatory framework. From 2008 to 2012, Mr. Bekabye worked as technical advisor for economic affairs, supporting various policy reforms and preparing various strategy documents and fiscal frameworks. From 2000 to 2002, he established the Parliamentary Budget Office and was its first director. He was instrumental in the enactment of the Budget Act 2001, which strengthened Parliament's role to scrutinize the national budget. From 1998 to 2002, he worked as a freelance consultant for the World Bank and the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. During this period, he authored the Medium-Term Private Sector Competitiveness Strategy from 2000 to 2005. Between 1996 and 1998, Mr. Bekabye was part of a small team that established the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda. From 1988 to 1996, he worked as a civil servant at the Ministry of Planning and Finance as a senior economist. He has also undertaken consultancy services, conducted capacity building training for the governments of South Sudan, Tanzania, and Somalia. Mr. Bekabye holds a Master of Science degree in macroeconomic policy and planning in developing countries, UK, and training in macroeconomic policy, economic and financial modeling, strategic planning, financial programming, strategic leadership, and pension supervision. That is Mr. Bekabye. You are most welcome being part of this memorial lecture panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll now go right on to some of the questions for our panel members. I'll start with panelist number one, Justice Vincent Wagona. Justice Wagona, in an era in which institutional credibility increasingly shapes investor confidence, democratic legitimacy, and public trust, how can criminal prosecutions and the broader administration of criminal justice help strengthen constitutional order, economic stability, and national cohesion within Uganda's government framework? That is question number one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rueza, the moderator. Our chief guest, the Honorable the Chief Justice, and standing on the protocol already established, I bring you greetings from Fort Portal High Court Circuit. And going straight to the question, I will structure my answers along the key words in the question, that is constitutional order, economic stability, and national cohesion in Uganda. First, prosecution strengthens constitutional order in the following ways. One, when we practice prosecution that is blind. And what I mean here is prosecuting crimes across all societal levels and categories. It demonstrates that no one is above the Constitution, and this strengthens constitutional order. Secondly, when there is the exercise of prosecutorial independence. An independent prosecution service checks abuse of power. It also guards civic freedoms, and in this way strengthens constitutional order. Thirdly, when there is consistent enforcement of criminal laws. Prosecutors should enforce criminal laws effectively and consistently. When this happens, citizens trust the state's ability. They restrain themselves from taking the law into their own hands. Point number 2 is that prosecution drives economic stability by maintaining certainty for investors. Investors do not fear risk. Risk is actually what they invest in. What investors fear is they fear unpredictability. When they are unsure if laws will be enforced uniformly and consistently. For example, when they are defrauded. They fear contracts that cannot be enforced. Of course, contracts are civil matters, but they may require a criminal prosecution backing when criminal offenses are embedded therein. Investors also fear corruption because it acts as an unpredictable tax. It distorts market competition and misallocates funds. Therefore, effective prosecution can address these investor concerns. My third point is that prosecution can drive economic stability and transformation by prioritizing a response to those crimes that negatively impact on the economy. Examples are: 1, cybercrime and electronic fraud. Reports indicate that in 2024 alone, cyber fraud cost Uganda's economy over Uganda shillings 72 billion. This has a direct impact on economic and financial system. Effective prosecutions in this area would therefore protect the integrity of our banking and mobile money systems. These are a key component of our economic growth and transformation. Another example to look at is environmental and wildlife crimes. The tourism industry is a key component of our economy. Poaching and wildlife trafficking sabotage the economy. A dead gorilla, for example, or an empty national park means empty hotels and lost business and revenue. Depleting natural resources through illegal logging, poaching, and unregulated mining deprives the state of tax revenue. It also destroys livelihoods of millions of people. Effective prosecution of these crimes, therefore, is first and foremost a conservation effort, but it is also a necessary economic intervention to secure these natural resources and such assets support economic growth and transformation.
Thank you very much, Justice Vincent Wagona. I have a question for Mr. Lino Anguzu. Mr. Lino, you take over office at a time when the modern prosecutor is no longer viewed merely as a courtroom lawyer, but increasingly as a guardian of constitutional order, economic stability, and public confidence. So the question is, how do you envision redefining this role of prosecution in Uganda's next phase of national transformation?
Thank you, Dr. Ruhweza. The role of the modern prosecutor must transcend just the courtroom lawyer. The prosecutor must look at his role, not just the person who stands in court to argue a case, but beyond that, must respond to a particular need in society. This requires very many things. One, it requires awareness of the society around him and the environment in which he works or she works. But secondly, it requires the prosecutor to be competent in a variety of areas that transcend just legal knowledge alone. And so what we learn in law school or in LDC is no longer going to be sufficient. You need to have situational awareness. You need to understand what is happening in the economy. You need to understand what is happening in the politics. And you need to understand what is happening in the country, where the country is going. And when a prosecutor has that kind of awareness, and then is more of a complete prosecutor and the modern prosecutor, and therefore that way you are more able to respond, a prosecutor is more able to respond to the modern pressures and the modern demands made of a prosecutor to be just more than a courtroom lawyer. And so in the office of the DPP, we are appealing to our prosecutors through our strategic plan to be not just prosecutors, but to be professional, but also to be more responsive. Responsive in the sense that behind every case, look at the person and the individual. Look at the problem the society is facing that has given rise to the crime that you are attending to, or the case you are addressing to. Is it cattle theft that is rampant in your area? How is it affecting the local economy in the area? Is it a cyber crime, as Justice Wagona says? Is this an economic crime? Does it have an impact on the economy? Is it, for example, sexual and gender-based violence? What is the impact of that on the women and the children in our society? And therefore, one of the ways we do this is by encouraging our prosecutors to continuously build capacity in areas that may not necessarily be directly linked to criminal law or criminal prosecution alone. And so I think one of the directions that the institution is taking is, one, to provide strategic guidance to prosecutors to understand their roles bigger than just being the courtroom prosecutor who stands up and argues a case, but as a very important pillar of society and the economy, but also two, to support them and encourage them to build their own capacity through undertaking training, through institutional cooperation and coordination, so that they are able to understand the environment in this work, they work, and also respond to the real problems that affect the society.
Hey, thank you very much, Mr. Anguzu. A question for Mr. Bekabye. Uganda's economic transformation has an agenda which requires unprecedented levels of public investments. Yet history shows that corruption and weak accountability can quietly erode even the most ambitious national visions. How does the Treasury intend to ensure that public finance becomes a tool not merely for expenditure, but for national integrity and public trust? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Protocol observed. Public finance. First of all, my name is Moses Bekawe. I'm from Ministry of Finance. Public finance, in this regard, is a facilitator. A facilitator of an efficient justice system, a facilitator of the prosecutions that we are talking about here, and also to ensure that there is certainty. Business and economic transactions, they thrive on certainty and trust. If there is no certainty and trust, the investors, both local and foreign, will not actually take the decision to invest. So it is important that the laws and prosecutions in this regard ensure that there is certainty in the economy. Otherwise, the foreign investment that we're talking about, the domestic investment, the financing that actually finances government programs, also private equity finance, borrowing, and all those kind of things cannot be achieved. Talking about facilitation, one of the key things in terms of the justice system and also fighting corruption in procurement, in public finances, in debt, is to ensure that there are mechanisms for prevention of corruption before it occurs. And how does this happen? This happens through budget monitoring. Okay, once you have strong budget systems and execution systems, monitoring, evaluation, and accountability, then you are able to ensure that there is a trail that you can actually be able to account for these funds and be able to track whatever is going on. What is going on now in the Ministry of Finance in this area is to ensure that there is transparency, especially in the budget systems, budget monitoring, and execution. We're also implementing a digitized system of e-procurement, electronic government procurement, in order to provide a trail for accountability, in order to prevent the corruption that we are talking about. It is important that the justice system has good investigation mechanisms and tools. And this, in terms of finance, it means providing adequate financing for performance audits, forensic audits, for instance, which are expensive and require a lot of financing. Without financing, it's very, very difficult to undertake forensic audits. There is also other institutions that require to be supported. For instance, the CID that carry out the investigations, the police, of course, the state attorneys are under the DPP's office. All these people work together, and they need to be facilitated in terms of their welfare as individuals. And in this regard, actually, the ministry has tried to enhance their salaries. The judicial officers, I think their salaries have been enhanced in terms of not paying a payee tax, which effectively means a kind of like enhancement of about between 30 to 40%, because some of those high-ranking officers are not paying taxes.
So maybe I'll do a follow-up question on that.
Yes.
The theme for this year's lecture by the Honorable Justice Jane Francis Abodo is prosecution as a catalyst.
Yes.
Okay? For economic transformation, safety, and public trust. Prosecution as the catalyst. Now, in your view, whereas that recognition is there that credible prosecutions, effective anti-corruption enforcement, strong criminal justice systems, as you have said, are critical, In your perspective, how central then is ODPP and prosecution? How central are these systems and economic crime enforcement to Uganda's macroeconomic strategy, to Uganda's long-term competitiveness, to Uganda's national transformation, etc.?
Yes, I think what is important here in this regard is to ensure that the DPP is able to enforce contracts. It's very, very important.
Enforce contracts.
Enforcement of contracts.
Okay.
And ensuring that the judiciary is actually independent. The DPP and the judiciary is independent. So enhancing independence of the activities of the judiciary and the DPP is very, very important. And I think in this regard, the Minister of Finance has also tried to enhance capacity of the DPP's office in terms of budgeting and enhancing their welfare and ensuring that they have the necessary tools to ensure that this happens. So contract enforcement, enforcement of other agreements, enforcement of financial agreements, enforcement of intellectual property agreements, and respecting those provisions is very critical in terms of providing the uncertainty and therefore being able to attract the kind of investment that is required for the economy to grow faster.
Thank you very much. And I think that comment now brings me to Mr. Lino Anguzu. Based on what Mr. Bekabia has said, in many developing economies, investors fear not only crime, but uncertainty. All right? They also fear selective enforcement and institutional inconsistency. Based on what Mr. Bekabia has said, how can the ODPP strengthen prosecutorial predictability and impartiality in a manner that simultaneously enhances justice, investor confidence, and democratic legitimacy? Mr. Lino Anguzu.
Consistency and predictability, Dr. Roeza, are very important. I think investors want to know that there is certainty if a particular event happens, the outcome is known. For example, when an investor wants to know if I am unfairly cheated of my investment, either through fraud or through crime, that there is going to be a credible prosecution mounted and that the perpetrator will be brought to book, and that my investment, which is lost, will be recovered and I will be restored. Now, we need to institutionalize this consistency. And how have we done that? One, we have provided clear guidance to our prosecutors in terms of how to exercise prosecutorial discretion more consistently. We have put in place decision to charge guidelines, which provide very clear guidelines on the considerations every prosecutor must take in making prosecutorial decisions on whether to charge, whether to prosecute, and how to weight evidence. This really, we're guiding them to look at the evidence. There's the evidence test, but also evidential test, and then also the public interest test. But we have also provided additional guidance to them in several other guidelines on particular offenses, land crimes, international crimes, sexual and gender-based violence, to guide them on how to exercise that discretion consistently, so that there is consistency and certainty among investors, but also just not investors, but the public, that if a particular event happens, this is going to be the result. But we also have a robust internal quality assurance measure that assists us to try and level out those areas where there are some inconsistencies through a robust complaints management system where decisions can be reviewed and brought to consistency if there is inconsistency, but also through through general review and inspections and regular inspections and quality assurance visits across to ensure that our officers are keeping up this. And so this really is, for us, it is one, sticking to the law and looking at the evidence and then providing parameters on how to weigh that evidence in order to facilitate consistent decision making, but also then to guide on the public interest considerations that are relevant, but also then to just put in place monitoring mechanisms to ensure that all staff abide and that our decisions build public trust, that yes, our decisions are consistent and that there is predictability in what we do.
Thank you very much. Lino, I've always wondered whether when a decision is taken to prosecute, the economic cost of that decision is also considered by the prosecutor. You know, when you sanction a file, it means that there will be transport costs. It will mean that you're triggering prison, you're triggering the food that needs to be provided, you're triggering security and things like that. But that is a conversation that we can have on another day. I'll go back to Justice Wagona. Corruption prosecutions often expose not only individual criminality, but deeper institutional failures in governance and accountability. So from a criminal justice perspective, Your Lordship, how should constitutional rights of accused persons be balanced with the growing public demand for timely, credible, visible accountability, especially when it comes to high-profile corruption prosecutions?
Thank you, Doctor. So this question requires me to comment on constitutional rights of the accused vis-a-vis the public demands for accountability. And my starting point would be that we must never sacrifice constitutional rights at the altar of public outrage, because a trial that violates due process, it may produce news headlines, but it will not produce or guarantee true accountability. The reality, of course, is that we sit in a matrix of intense public frustration. The citizens demand quick results when, for example, massive public funds disappear. But then we are custodians of the Constitution. So our loyalty is to the law, not the court of public opinion, not to social media, not to the gallery. True accountability is not merely about convicting the accused. It is about validating the entire justice process. This is achieved through fairness all around, unyielding fairness. The presumption of innocence and the right to a fair trial are not loopholes. They should not be looked at as loopholes for the corrupt. They are in fact meant to protect legitimacy. So if we cut corners to secure a quick conviction, we undermine the very legitimacy of the verdict and we invite condemnation. So the criminal justice system itself should be able to have capacity of shielding the innocent as well as being able to catch the guilty. So we should always strive to uphold equality before the law. Otherwise, then the system will strips a corrupt official of their rights can also strip an ordinary or innocent person of those very rights. So the question is, how do we resolve the speed versus the justice dilemma? We should aim at precision, but without haste. So while acknowledging timely accountability and that delayed justice paralyzes public trust, the solution to delay is not shortcuts. The solution is thorough, airtight investigations before presenting the case to court. The solution is for the investigators to strive for continuous learning and improvement, and also for the judicial officers to present decisions that help to support continuous improvement by pointing out faults in institutions where they arise, so that they inform institutional reform and future decisions.
Thank you very much. I know that I am pressed for time, although the academic in me had many more questions. I'll ask Moses Becavia one more question before we have a plenary, and then I'll also ask Mr. Lino one more question before we have a plenary. So in her keynote address, her lordship mentioned the concept of the disease of corruption. And she highlighted the fact that corruption remains a fundamental issue in prosecutorial work and how it impacts government. Many conversations about corruption focus on morality. Yet some economists increasingly frame corruption as a form of developmental tax that silently punishes the poor and weakens state capacity. So from your perspective, coming from the Treasury, what is the true economic cost of corruption to Uganda's transformation agenda? And if you may, do you have any radical reforms that you think are now unavoidable to confront this beast? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are so many costs of corruption, actually. There are those which are direct, for instance, financial losses, budget losses, undermining service delivery. For instance, in education and health, there are services which are free. If those services are not provided because of corruption, then that is a regressive tax, a significant tax on the poor. It undermines productivity of the economy. You have people who are, instead of saving their little money, they have to either pay a bribe to get a health service, or they have to find a school which is not free in order to put their children, so they can pay some money so their children can get a good service, a good education. So it cuts across, and it enhances, corruption actually enhances inequality. So it's a big tax. It enhances inequality. It's a regressive tax. But it also undermines investment, as I mentioned, and growth. Because of that, it prolongs poverty, reduces the rate of growth. And if the rate of growth is low, if the private sector is not making profit because of this corruption, the private sector is not expanding, then they cannot create the necessary jobs that we'll be looking at. So families and households actually suffer because of corruption. So in terms of our debt, fortunately our debt is very transparent. We always say what we borrowed is approved by Parliament. We always say where the money is. Of course, I can't say that some of the projects are not prone to some levels of corruption, but if that happens, it inflates costs, it delays projects, and therefore undermines the productivity of those projects. And what it means is that the return on investment for the economy actually lowers, and that affects everyone in the economy, in the country as such. And also in terms of procurement. There are a lot of funds there are a lot of leakages in the procurement. Actually, it's estimated like about 600 billion is lost in procurement. And the prone areas in the ICT, water, health, and so on, I don't want to mention. But these actually undermine the infrastructure that would be available in order to promote and accelerate economic growth. And we have the tenfold right now, tenfold growth strategy. If we don't address these kind of things, then it becomes a big problem. I give the example of land. Everyone here knows what is going on in the land registries, in the land administration. People's lands, the elderly, the poor, the sick, they lose their property, the land. Land is a very strategic asset. It can be used as collateral. It is used by the private sector to mobilize capital. It is one of the factors, fundamental factors of production. Okay? It is also critical for public investment, construction of industrial parks, roads, hospitals, and all those kind of things. But if the legal system is not, the legal system is fraught by corruption, then it becomes very difficult for those transactions to be done efficiently. And that undermines the whole transactions of these things. So what are the radical reforms? I think the radical reforms is, one of them is strong political will. We've seen cases where, cases, they try and so on, and then, because of lack of political will. So political will is fundamental for the leaders in order to fight corruption. The second thing is digitization and automation of systems, okay, including modern technology tools, artificial intelligence, in order to be able to create the necessary required transparency that the public can actually be able to see the data, the transaction data, the beneficial owners, for instance, if there's a procurement or a contract, who are the people who are in that contract, how are they benefiting, and how is this benefiting the public? So digitization and automation is critical. Then the other one is actually strengthening the office of the Auditor General in order to carry out performance audits, forensic audits, and any other special audits that can be necessary in order to speedily be able to get to the root of these corruption issues, and therefore they are prosecuted with efficiency. Okay, and then also accountability, citizen accountability. This has to do with the declarations, transparency, and all those kind of things. But most importantly, is really to create the kind of transparency, and also involving some non-state agencies like the media and support them and work with them. For instance, investigative journalism, in order to provide the necessary information, not only for prosecution, but also to the public. And then also,
thank you very much.
Lastly, to reduce discretion, and this comes when the systems are automated, the procedures are clear, they are strong, we play by the rules, and that's how you can be able to fight corruption. I'll give one example. Singapore. Singapore, they say, is the most free country, corruption country. But it's because the rules are clear, the rules are enforced to the letter, the laws are enforced to the letter, and therefore there's no corruption. They get you there, whichever rank you are, whether you're president's son or whatever, they'll prosecute you and they'll hand down a punishment. And that's what we have to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Moses Bakebye. When you talk about digitization, I keep wondering how in our current dispensation we are able to facilitate digitization when we are having problems now with electricity. But I guess that is a conversation that we can have during the plenary. I'll just ask Mr. Lino, maybe the last question before we get into the plenary. Lino, based on what has been said by Mr. Bakebye, Uganda is aggressively pursuing industrialization. Oil and gas development, we have infrastructure expansion, and so on. There's a lot of a conversation across the region for integration. Our oil and gas industry is only as successful as the support we shall receive using the pipeline with our regional neighbors. In your view, looking ahead, what new categories of economic crimes are now pinging on your inbox? And how should the ODPP evolve institutionally to protect Uganda's future economy from what you'd call sophisticated criminal capture? Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Dr. Ruheza. The office of the DPP is part of government, and as already pointed out earlier by our keynote speaker today, but also by my panelists, fellow panelists here, we need to play our part and prepare for the future that the country is aspiring to achieve. Now, the office of the DPP needs to build capacity to respond to the new challenges that are emerging from the increased drive to socio-economic transformation. This, of course, has led to the emergence of quite new classes of crimes that we did not know. Right now, almost in every offense that the office is working on, there is some sort of a digital footprint, whether it is just a mobile telecommunication, whether it is an email. There is some sort of mobile footprint in almost every criminal offense, whether it is just a murder, whether it is a theft, because this is what the advancement in technology has brought upon us. And therefore, how have we responded to this? One, we have created, in addition to, of course, building the capacity of staff through training, we have created specialized units within the institution to specifically improve our capacity to deal with these specialized crimes. We have a cyber crimes unit. We already have an investment crimes prosecution unit to support those big investment related crimes where the issues may be very weighty. But there are quite a number of, we have a land crimes department to address problems relating to land. And so this is our way of responding and preparing ourselves to respond to these new kind of crimes. But also, we are adopting and we are embarking on a very aggressive digital transformation strategy. We are following the leadership of the judiciary. Our chief guest has already set some tight timelines for us. We have no choice but to cope up. And so we are really looking to aggressively reform the case management in the office of the DPP and to digitalize it so that we shorten our process times and we strengthen the accuracy of our data, but also we're able to respond to any arising issues more promptly and more specifically. And so these are some of the initiatives that we have adopted as an institution, but generally on the outlook today, the rising crimes which we see, which we can attribute, which on our radar we can see are really cyber crimes. I think that is where the future is going to be, and I've already appealed to all the prosecutors to build their own capacity in addition to what the institution is able to do in the area of technology. And so we have to rise up to the day. We are now dealing with cases of cryptocurrency, theft, robbery of cryptocurrency, you can imagine, theft of cryptocurrency, fraud on investors using emails and so on and banking systems to tunes of hundreds of millions of US dollars. And so those are the crimes really that are on the radar of the institution now, and that is what we are preparing and how we are preparing to respond to these challenges.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lino. Thank you all to the panelists. We were supposed to have a plenary session, but we are fast running out of time. maybe with your permission, Mr. Lino, you could organize a Zoom, yeah, so that we can continue this conversation. I personally still have many questions for you, but I need to obey the people who have invited me here, lest they never do so again. But I am very serious about that Zoom conversation. I think there is a lot we can discuss. Please, let's give a hand clap to Justice Wagona, Mr. Bakebye, and Mr. Lino Anguzu. This is probably the first time in my life that I've kept time, and I'm proud of myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruheza, for ably moderating that panel discussion session. I personally really enjoyed the discussion. It's been a very rich discussion. I hope that all our distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen would agree with me that it was a very rich discussion that dissected the keynote speech of the keynote speaker. Thank you very much. Let us appreciate them once again. We are going to have a musical interlude before we go into the next section of the program. Police band, please give us a musical interlude, and right after that, we shall move on to the next section of the program. Thank you. Thank you, the police band. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will now take this opportunity to invite the Director of Public Prosecutions to come and take his seat right here at the front. My lady, the Honorable, the Principal Judge, I also invite you to come and take your seat right here at the front. My Lord, the Honorable, the Chief Justice, I humbly welcome you to come and take your seat at the front. You may have your seats. My Lord, the Honorable, the Chief Justice, representing the President of the Republic of Uganda, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I now take this opportunity to invite the Director of Public Prosecutions, Mr. Lino Anguzu, to come and make his remarks for this 8th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. Mr. Lino Anguzu, you are welcome, and thereafter you'll invite the Acting Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Permanent Secretary, to make remarks, and return to invite the Principal Judge to invite the Lord CJ to make his remarks. Thank you.
Your Lordship, the Honorable, the Chief Justice of Uganda, who is representing His Excellency the President of the Republic today, my Lord, the Principal Judge, judges of the Court of Appeal and of the High Court, allow me adopt the protocol as already laid down by the Master of Ceremonies. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all today to the 8th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture, which is being held under the theme Prosecution as a Catalyst for Economic Transformation, Safety, and Public Trust. I want to particularly welcome the members of the Kagezi family who have joined us today for this commemoration. Philip and Carol and the whole family who are here, thank you very much, and I welcome you warmly. Your Lordship, please convey our sincere congratulations to His Excellency the President upon his recent electoral victory and also upon his assumption of office as the President of the Republic of Uganda 2026-2031. His continued leadership and steadfast commitment to peace, security, socio-economic transformation, and institutional development remain defining forces shaping our nation and deserve our commendation. Your Lordship, I also take this opportunity to congratulate you upon your appointment as the Chief Justice of Uganda. Your appointment is a testament to your exemplary leadership and a vote of confidence in you. we thank His Excellency the President for your appointment. Your Lordship, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today's memorial lecture is a solemn national moment of remembrance, reflection, and recommitment. We gather today for two major reasons. First, we gather to honor the life, courage, and sacrifice of the late Joan Kagezi, a distinguished prosecutor and a patriot who was tragically murdered on the 30th of March 2015. Ms. Kagezi stood on the front line against criminality and impunity. She was a fearless servant of justice whose dedication to the rule of law continues to inspire prosecutors across Uganda and beyond. If her assassination was intended to instill fear in the justice system actors and silence those who defend the rule of law, then it failed miserably. More than 10 years later, her legacy has only grown stronger. Your Lordship, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as part of our responsibility to be accountable to the public, I hereby report that one individual has already been convicted for participating in the murder of Joan Kagezi. This individual having entered a plea agreement with the prosecution, and he was sentenced to imprisonment, a prison term of 35 years, which he is currently serving. The trial of the remaining 3 persons who are accused in that same matter is progressing steadily before the International Crimes Division of the High Court, and we expect a ruling on a case to answer on the 3rd of July this year. We remain hopeful for a favorable verdict. Additionally, we have indicted 2 other individuals in connection with this murder. Their cases are already committed to the High Court and await scheduling. These ongoing trials and the conviction are a significant breakthrough in a case that had gone cold and remained unresolved for nearly a decade. It communicates a very strong message which the public deserves to hear. That justice may be delayed, but it can never be denied or avoided. This progress has been made possible through the unwavering support of the government, the security agencies, specifically the Internal Security Organization, the CID, the Counterterrorism Directorate, the judiciary, our international partners who have supported us, and the resilience of the prosecution team. My dear prosecutors, thank you very much. But over and above all this, much of the progress and arrests in this case were made possible by the foresighted emphasis on intelligence-led operations and institutional coordination, which has strengthened the search for truth and enabled the prosecution to move forward in this matter. As we honor the late Kagezi today, we must acknowledge a painful and sobering reality. The assassination of prosecutors is not unique to Uganda alone. Globally, there is a disturbing pattern of targeted attacks on prosecutors who confront organized crime, terrorism, corruption, political violence, and transnational criminal networks. These attacks are not only about removing an individual. Their purpose is to impose a chilling effect upon criminal justice institutions and intimidate prosecutors from pursuing all worthy criminal prosecutions, ultimately undermining public confidence in the criminal justice system. That is why we emphasize that there can never be true prosecutorial effectiveness when prosecutors and their families live in constant fear for their lives. Protecting prosecutors is not a privilege and is not optional. It is an indispensable pillar of the rule of law itself. Unfortunately, Joan Kagezi paid the ultimate price in defense of the rule of law. However, even in death, she and all other fallen prosecutors continue to send a very powerful message that justice cannot be permanently silenced by violence, intimidation, or terror. I hope the conclusion of these cases will contribute to establishment of the truth, that they will hold all perpetrators accountable, and I hope that it will give some closure to a family that has borne the brunt of this reckless crime committed in 2015. As the office of the DPP, and I ask all prosecutors here to recommit ourselves first to preserving Joan Kagezi's legacy, and second, to strengthening institutional protections for prosecutors, enhancing prosecutorial independence, and ensuring that those entrusted with defending justice are protected. So that is the first theme I want to talk to about our theme of today. Secondly, my Lord Chief Justice and dear distinguished guests, we gather here today to reflect on the crucial role of prosecution in our society and to recommit ourselves to do our duty to the best of our ability as prosecutors. Today's theme, prosecution as a catalyst for economic transformation, safety, and public trust, is very timely. A strong prosecution system is a national asset. Economic transformation cannot thrive where corruption goes unchecked. Investors cannot commit capital where fraud and impunity undermine certainty. And public trust cannot endure where criminality overwhelms accountability. Prosecution is not merely about enforcing the law, it is about ensuring justice and fostering a safe environment where citizens can thrive. The theme of this memorial lecture highlights the significance of prosecution in driving a nation towards economic transformation. Your Lordship, I am pleased to report that the Office of the DPP has begun implementing a new strategic plan which will run from 2025-2026 to 2029-2030, with the overarching goal of streamlining prosecution services to foster justice delivery and socio-economic development in Uganda. This aligns with the tenfold growth strategy under NDP 4 and the NRM party manifesto for this period 2026-2030. To this end, we have strengthened prosecution-guided investigations, institutional coordination, case management through PROCAMIS, recovery of proceeds of crime, and cooperation against anti-corruption and transnational cooperation against corruption and transnational criminality. Your Lordship and distinguished guests, we recognize corruption as one of the most serious bottlenecks to Uganda's economic transformation. It steals the most basic essentials of life from the most vulnerable members of our society. But more than that, it erodes confidence in public institutions and weakens the moral fabric of our society. That is why we remain firmly committed to one principle, that every person who is entrusted with public resources must be held accountable. It is in this spirit, Your Lordship, the Office of the DPP has intensified efforts to fast-track the investigation and prosecution of offenses linked to the sabotage of government programs geared towards poverty alleviation, especially the Paris Development Model and related initiatives designed to lift the vulnerable Ugandans out of poverty. We have established a specialized unit to handle criminal cases arising from the mishandling of PDU funds and to handle all those offenses involving abuse, diversion, exploitation of funds intended for the wananchi. Our determination is clear that programs created to transform lives must be protected from criminal manipulation. Your Lordship, as Uganda continues to strategically position itself as an attractive investment destination, supported by progress in infrastructure, energy, regional integration, and economic reform, which His Excellency has been leading and advocating for, we recognize that sustainable investment requires a safe and predictable investment environment governed by the rule of law. Therefore, the ODTP is actively working to strengthen that environment by identifying, supporting investigations into, and prosecuting investment-related crimes, including fraud, financial crimes, cyber crimes, cybercrime-enabled commercial crimes, land fraud, and transnational organized criminal activity. In particular, Your Lordship, we have created the Investment Crimes Unit to fast-track the prosecution of investment-related crimes offenses in order to protect legitimate investors, build commercial confidence, and ensure that criminal actors do not undermine Uganda's economic potential. This is in addition to other specialized departments, such as the Lands Department, to expedite resolution of cases related to land, and the Anti-Corruption Department dedicated to handling cases related to anti-corruption. Your Lordship, we strive to make our contribution to national transformation more profound. As we strive to make our contribution to national transformation more profound, there is need to continuously enhance institutional capacity to ensure that justice reaches every district and every community. I am profoundly grateful to His Excellency the President and the government of Uganda for the continued support accorded to the office of the DPP over the years. This support has significantly strengthened prosecution services across the country, improved institutional coordination, and enhanced our operational capacity to combat crime. Your Lordship and distinguished guests, permit me, however, to draw your attention to some of the limitations that in our institutional capacity that we need to address. We have a limited coverage of prosecutorial services. We still have a limited coverage of prosecutorial services across the country. As of today, we do not have prosecutorial presence in 36 districts. This represents roughly 19 to 20% of Uganda's population, which is a significant portion. It means it leaves these populations without any direct access to prosecutorial services. This is largely attributed to the acute understaffing in the office of the DPP. Your Lordship, this is not only a staffing problem, but it's a matter of national justice. It's a national justice crisis. Because of these shortages, investigators receive delayed legal guidance. Case backlog continues to grow under increasing pressure. As more courts continue to operate without full-time prosecutors, this affects the quality, consistency, and timeliness of criminal prosecutions. Uganda deserves a criminal justice system that reaches every community promptly, fairly, and effectively. The transformation of the prosecution service, therefore, Your Lordship, requires not only massive recruitment, but also deliberate, structured, and timely promotions to strengthen supervision, institutional continuity, prosecutorial quality assurance, and the effective delivery of justice services throughout Uganda. Your Lordship, to effectively fulfill its constitutional mandate and adequately support Uganda's peace, security, rule of law, and socio-economic transformation agenda, several critical institutional priorities require urgent attention from the state and the government. These areas include recruitment of staff to close the existing human resource gaps and ensure that all Ugandans have access to prosecutorial services. Number 2, increase budgetary support, essential to invest in modern infrastructure, technology, and the specialized skills required to prosecute complex crimes like cyber crimes, corruption, and other organized crimes. 3, strengthening the legal framework to support the work of the Office of the DPP and the prosecution. This includes enacting the relevant laws or statutes that have a bearing on the mandate of the Office of the DPP, including an enabling law for the Office of the DPP, an asset recovery law, a mutual legal assistance legislation, a witness protection legislation, among others. Finally, protection and security of prosecutors. Providing a robust security for frontline prosecutors is a fundamental requirement to ensure their independence and safety while they confront dangerous criminals. These interventions, my Lord, would go a long way in enhancing the institutional capacity and capability of the Office of the DPP in supporting the national transformation agenda more effectively. Your Lordship, before I conclude, permit me to express my deep appreciation on behalf of the Office of the DPP to His Excellency the President for fulfilling his pledge of 500 million shillings to the ODPP Staff Circle. This generous and visionary contribution has contributed to strengthen the welfare of prosecutors and staff of the Office of the DPP. Many officers have accessed affordable credit for agriculture, livestock, and poultry, small-scale investments, home development, education, and improving family livelihoods. Several prosecutors have already ventured into the 4-acre model, including coffee cultivation, sugarcane cultivation, dairy and poultry farming, fruit cultivation, piggery, and other sustainable agribusiness enterprises. The support of His Excellency has therefore transformed mindsets and encouraged staff to participate actively in production and in line with His Excellency's national commitment to wealth creation. The prosecutors have woken up and there is no more sleep for them. During the 2024 Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture, His Excellency the President also graciously promised to host us at his ranch in Kisozi to induct us a little more in wealth creation. Your Lordship, we therefore remain eagerly awaiting confirmation of an appropriate time for us to meet and share the progress and success emerging from these initiatives, but also to pick his mind on how we can advance the welfare of the prosecutors later. Not later, but further. Before I conclude, I want to thank, first of all, Your Lordship, very much for gracing us with your presence at this 8th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. I want to thank our keynote speaker, the Honorable Principal Judge, for her words of wisdom she shared with us this morning. And I want to thank each and all of you who have come here today to honor the family of the late Joan Kagezi, but also to honor us with your presence. We are very grateful and we thank you very, very much. And I also want to thank my dear prosecutors across the country who have been with us for the whole of this week. and I want to thank the organizing committee for this event, led by Mr. James Odumbi Owere, Deputy DPP, and Ms. Kainza Agnes, our indomitable Secretary, PS. Thank you very much for the wonderful work you have put in for all these days. We are very, very grateful. And so in conclusion, my Lord, the ODPP remains fully committed to ensuring that Uganda continues to build a justice system that earns public confidence and supports the nation's economic transformation. Dear prosecutors, let us embrace the responsibility that comes with our roles in the prosecution service. Let us work together to build a Uganda where justice prevails, where economic opportunities abound, and every citizen feels safe and valued. Together, we can build a brighter future for our nation. Your Lordship, distinguished guests, I thank you for honoring the memory of 8th Joan Kagezi and for standing with the ODPP in its mission to uphold justice. And I say all this for God and my country. Thank you so much. It's now my pleasure and honor to invite the Minister of Justice. He's represented, but he's the Minister of Justice for now, to come and make his remarks. PS, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much. Your Lordship, the Honorable Chief Justice, representing His Excellency the President, the Honorable Principal Judge, Honorable Justices and Judges, the Inspector General of Government, members of the Development Partners Group, colleagues, permanent secretaries, chairpersons of statutory institutions, the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Kagezi family, members of the Fourth Estate, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My Lord, some of us believers, we believe that good people, people of good works never die. In your absence, Your Lordship, earlier, we had a presentation, a speech from the family of the late Joan. And I saw that belief when her son ably and very strongly carried on with the legacy of his mother. Thank you very much. I wish to express my gratitude to the Director of Public Prosecutions for successfully organizing the 8th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture under the very relevant theme of prosecution as a catalyst for economic transformation, safety, and public trust. This theme, my Lord, demonstrates the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions' determination to contribute to the attainment of the country's goal of transforming the economy from a predominantly low-income one to a competitive upper middle income by the year 2040. As clearly outlined in the 10-fold growth strategy, the 4th National Development Plan, and the NRM Manifesto 2026 to 2031. By combating crime through the prosecution of cases that, for instance, frustrate business enterprises, this prosecution function creates an enabling environment for investment, therefore, and thereby contributing to economic transformation. As we may all know, and we've heard today, Joan Kagezi died in line of duty while prosecuting a very infamous case of the Kampala 2010 bombing. Such terrorist acts create an unfavorable investment climate and therefore deter development. Prosecuting such cases requires commitment, determination, fearlessness, and courage, qualities that Joan Kagezi demonstrated. The legacy of the late Joan Kagezi is worth celebrating because it reflects the sacrificial devotion of patriotic Ugandans who have laid down their lives for the better future of the next generations. It is therefore a constant reminder to those of us who are here that we should act in a manner that will be fondly remembered even when we are long gone. Looking at this great gathering here today, I feel a wave of inspiration. It reminds me that even when good deeds face many hurdles because of evil, truth and virtue always win in the end. And that is exactly what the rule of law is about. Article 120 of the Constitution gives the Director of Public Prosecutions the power to prosecute all criminal cases in the country, except those in the court-martial. However, with such power comes a heavy duty. It requires working with diligence, transparency, justice, and fairness. The rule of law does not ask us to be perfect, but it asks us to be accountable. The work of a prosecutor in many ways, like that of a judge, the prosecutor decides whether there is a real case to answer based on records in a police file. That is a heavy responsibility. It demands professionalism and great care, because one wrong move may result in abuse of criminal justice system. When prosecutors act with integrity and fairness, they not only do their jobs, but also protect innocent citizens. They honor the Constitution and keep the rule of law alive for every citizen. When prosecution is effectively employed, the result will be justice, deterrence of criminal conduct, and the promotion of the rule of law. These are important if our country is to remain on the right trajectory toward consistent socio-economic transformation. The noble efforts of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution are well aligned with the overall goal of the Administration of Justice Program under the National Development Plan 4. I can assure you all that the Wananchi are very expectant. They need justice and fairness from your offices. Please do not disappoint them. Let me encourage all of us to relentlessly continue driving this campaign of prosecution services delivery to our nation with one heart, determination, and courage for a better future. As I conclude, my Lord, allow me request you to convey our appreciation to His Excellency the President for the support he has accorded the administration of justice, access to justice. However, we all know that administration of justice, access to justice is chain linked. It's chain linked in a sense that what happens in the judiciary affects what happens in the executive through the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, through the Attorney General's chambers. And we do thank His Excellency for having accepted to uplift the remuneration of the judiciary and ODPP. This he also did for the Office of the Attorney General. However, through you, my Lord, this has not happened. I was earlier sharing with my colleague who has since left the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Public Service that the attorneys in the Attorney General's chambers would want to make the chain very strong. As the old adage says, a chain is as strong as the weakest link. And we see a missing link in the support that is accorded to the Office of the Attorney General. So we request you, my Lord, that you take this message to His Excellency that is still a missing link. I thank you very much, my Lord, for having graced this occasion. I thank you, the Honorable Principal Judge, and the entire family of the ODPP for having honored yet again the family and the good works of the late Joan Kagezi. I thank you very much. May God bless you all.
Thank you very much, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Justice, who is holding that fort until we get our new appointed minister approved by Parliament, for your kind remarks. I also want to thank our very important guest today, our development partners and our supporters, led by Dr. Katia, UNODC, Kingdom of the Netherlands, IDLO, Redeem, IMJ, and all of you who have supported us in putting this week together and this event together. Thank you very, very much. And in a special way, I want to thank my sister, the Inspector General of Government, who is also our own. I'm sure the prosecutors understand that. And every guest who has come here. Now, it is my honor to invite the Honorable Principal Judge to come and invite our chief guest to deliver his address.
Thank you. Thank you so much, the Honorable, the DPP. My Lord, the Honorable, the Chief Justice, who is representing the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you to come and share with us the message of His Excellency. You're most welcome, my Lord.
The Honorable the Principal Judge, the Honorable Justices and Judges present, the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Inspector General of Government. I saw the chairperson, his Judicial Service Commission, but I think he has stepped out. Our development partners, the family of the late Joan Kagezi, the prosecutors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I have a speech from His Excellency in writing, so I'm just going to deliver it verbatim. When you are delivering a delegated authority, you just do as directed, you don't add a full stop. But before I do so, I wish to first of all say the late Joan, I have fond memories of her in one of the cases where I was representing someone who had defied. Now I'm on the other end asking them why they defied. But I was representing a young man who had defied a girl, and the girl became pregnant. So they eloped together to Kayunga at the grandfather's home. And he was arrested from there, of course. But at the time, the girl was pregnant. And by the time the case came up for prosecution, the girl had already delivered, of course, and she had a child. So when the matter came up for trial, before Justice Katusi, he's retired then. That's a while ago, of course. And of course, her first witness was the girl who had a child. So when you are on the defense side, I was immediately worried. I knew that the evidence is cogent, because even if they ordered for a DNA test, my client would be convicted. So I was finished, actually. So of course, when the girl came to speak, sorry to let me not use ordinary words. When she came to testify, she said, in all this, my mother is the problem. She left her home and came to disturb mine. Now, of course, you know, those statements are not good when you're on the defense. She's confirming, actually, that she was married. Then, in view of the circumstances, I told John, but now, state, this situation, we have a child here. We have a lady now who thinks that she was married and still regards this young man as her husband. So what do we do? So we agreed to adjourn and retire to chambers. By then we had not started pre-bargaining. And then I talked to the judge, then Justice Katus. I said, can I convince my client to plead guilty, and we convict him for the time he has served? He pleads guilty. So now the difficulty was, actually Justice Katus agreed, Joan also agreed. So now the difficulty was for me to convince my client that he should plead guilty, because they had been told in prison that never accept the offense. So I tried to talk to him, and then later I think he looked at me and said, okay, if you have decided to hand me over, let me do so. So he pleaded guilty, and Justice got to sentence him, of course, and then we closed the chapter. And of course, after that, the lady with the child were hugged by the accused, now the convict. The mother was annoyed, throwing tantrums, walked out of the court. That is the life of the prosecutor, so I thought I should bring it out. You don't know whether you are doing justice or whether you are doing injustice. You see the circumstances I'm presenting. But I think she was firm, so that's not the only matter I appeared with her. There are quite a number of them, and she was always firm. Actually, if you were meeting Joan, you had to prepare. She was not an ordinary prosecutor. So with those few remarks, let me go to the speech of His Excellency. I'm glad to be part of the 8th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture organized by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions in honor of the late Joan Kagezi, a patriot, freedom fighter, and courageous cadre in the struggle for justice, peace, and Uganda's stability. First of all, I want to congratulate the ODPP for continuing to organize this annual memorial lecture, because nations move forward when they preserve institutional memory and honor those who sacrificed for the stability of society. People who forget their history are like someone trying to move at night without a lantern. You will fall into a very ditch. Joan Kagezi represented a generation of Ugandans who understood that patriotism is not mere talk. Patriotism is action. Patriotism is sacrifice. Patriotism is defending society against criminals, terrorists, corrupt actors, and enemies of peace. Some people think prosecution is simply about appearing in court with the files and papers. No. That is a shallow understanding. That is a shallow understanding. Prosecution is part of state policy, a part of national security. It is part of defending wananchi, preserving civilization. When prosecutors stand firm against terrorism, organized crime, corruption, money laundering, human trafficking, and impunity, they are not merely enforcing the law. They are defending Uganda itself. That is why criminals feared Joan Kagezi. Criminals thought they could intimidate the criminal justice system through violence and fear. But institutions are stronger than individuals when the people within them are ideologically clear and patriotic. When Joan Kagezi was assassinated in 2015, Uganda lost not only an experienced Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions, but also a courageous cadre who clearly understood that criminal justice work is part of the broader struggle for peace, stability, and transformation. Joan Kagezi became a target precisely because she was effective against dangerous criminal networks. However, criminals do not merely attack individuals. No, they attack institutions. They attack public confidence. They attack the stability of society itself. I've closely followed the investigations and prosecutions in this matter over the years. The recent developments before the International Crimes Division of the High Court, including the guilty plea entered by one of the accused, are important not merely for punishment, but because they demonstrate that the state remains resilient and determined. Sometimes wananchi become resilient and ask why investigations take time. But serious criminal investigations are not like roasting maize on a roadside. You do not wake up and manufacture evidence. You need facts. You need intelligence. You need patience, and eventually the truth comes out. The theme of this year's memorial lecture, Prosecution as a Catalyst for Economic Transformation, Safety, and Public Trust, is very correct and strategic. In fact, it goes to the center of what the NRM has been talking about for the last 40 years. From the beginning, we understood that peace, prosperity, patriotism, justice, wealth creation, and transformation are all interconnected. You cannot separate security from development. You cannot separate prosecution from prosperity. You cannot separate strong institutions from economic growth. Without law and order, there is no investment. Without security, there is no tourism. Without institutional credibility, there is no public trust. Without fighting corruption, there is no service delivery. And without justice, there can be no sustainable transformation. That is why Article 20 of the Constitution gave the Office of the DPP the responsibility to direct investigations and prosecute criminal offenses. This mandate, covering terrorism, corruption, money laundering, human trafficking, and cross-border crime, is not a small clerical assignment. It is part of the strategic architecture of the state. Compatriots, Uganda seeks to transform from a peasant society into a modern and prosperous country. We registered this in our Uganda Vision 2040 agenda. But prosperity does not fall from heaven like manna. Prosperity comes from production. Production requires peace. Peace requires strong institutions. and strong institutions require disciplined people. That is why corruption is dangerous. Corruption is not mere theft. Corruption is economic sabotage. When somebody steals money meant for roads, hospitals, electricity, schools, or irrigation, he is not merely stealing shillings. He is stealing jobs from the young people. He is stealing medicine from patients. He is stealing wealth from farmers. He is stealing the future from the country. That is why prosecution is very important in Uganda's transformation agenda. When prosecutors dismantle corruption networks, they are defending public wealth. When prosecutors confront terrorists, they are protecting tourism and investment. When prosecutors pursue money laundering cases, they are defending the economy against criminal capture. When prosecutors uphold the rule of law, they strengthen investor confidence because investors do not invest in chaos. They invest where institutions are stable, professional, and predictable. However, criminal justice cannot be protected by one institution acting alone. The office of the DPP needs investigators. Investigators need intelligence services. The judiciary needs prosecutors. Witnesses need protection. And wananchi themselves must cooperate with the state against criminality. That is why the continued discussion under the Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture regarding witness protection, intimidation of justice sector actors, and organized crime are very important. If witnesses fear reprisals and justice weakens. If prosecutors are intimidated, criminality expands, institutions lose courage, society suffers. That is why strengthening witness protection and prosecutorial safeguard is a strategic necessity for Uganda's future. The prosecutor is the first witness. He or she needs to be protected because he or she is the eye of the evidence. The criminals themselves are also changing. In the past, criminals used pangas and guns. Today, many criminals use computers, cyber platforms, shell companies, digital fraud systems, cryptocurrency channels, and sophisticated international financial schemes. Some sit outside Uganda and steal from wananchi electronically. Others infiltrate procurement systems quietly through corruption. Others destroy wetlands and forests for selfish gain. Others manipulate technology for trafficking, fraud, and economic sabotage. Therefore, the future prosecutor must not only understand laws and courtrooms. The future prosecutor must understand cyber investigations, terrorism financing, financial systems, digital commerce, environmental protection, organized crime structures, and international criminal cooperation. You remember what I recently said in Arusha during the East African Community Summit. Africa's historical mission remains fourfold, namely liberation, modernization, prosperity, and strategic security. However, prosperity requires strong markets and however, prosperity requires markets and integration. Integration requires stability, and stability requires strong institutions. That's why East Africa and prosecutorial cooperation is no longer optional. Criminals coordinate internationally, so prosecutors must also cooperate regionally and internationally. Cross-border criminals do not respect borders. Money laundering moves funds across jurisdictions. Human traffickers exploit regional mobility. Cyber criminals attack systems from outside our borders. Therefore, if East Africa is to prosper, our institutions must become stronger than the criminals. At the same time, prosecutors must remain guided by professionalism, patriotism, fairness, and constitutionalism. Justice must never become selective. Ugandans must trust that the law applies equally to everybody, irrespective of tribe, religion, political affiliation, social status, or economic position. You know, sectarianism destroyed Africa for many years because people abandoned the politics of interest and embraced politics of identity. But the stomach has no tribe. Poverty has no religion. Disease does not ask whether you are Munyankole, Muganda, Acholi, or Musoga. That is why institutions must always operate fairly and professionally. Public trust is therefore important for national stability. Once wananchi lose confidence in institutions, society becomes vulnerable to cynicism, instability, and manipulation. That is why transparent, professional, efficient, and fair prosecution is indispensable for social cohesion and national confidence. To the young prosecutors and the Bazukuru, remember this: institutions grow stronger when led by people who fear God, reject corruption, respect the law, and remain committed to serving the people. You cannot build a strong country with weak cadres. You cannot defend justice with opportunists. You cannot transform society without ideological clarity. Uganda's future is bright. Uganda possesses enormous opportunities in tourism, agriculture, ICT, oil and gas, minerals, trade, industrialization, and our youthful population. The opportunities are here. The markets are here. The infrastructure is growing. The peace is here. The strategic direction is clear. But all these gains must be protected by strong institutions and disciplined leadership. Uganda's institutions must therefore continue moving together through patriotism, institutionalism, and institutional strength. That is why struggle for peace remains inseparable from the struggle for development. I once again congratulate the office of the DPP, the ODPP, for organizing this important memorial lecture and for continuing to honor Joan Kagezi's sacrifice through institutional service, patriotism, and professional excellence. May her courage continue inspiring generations of prosecutors. May East Africa continue progressing in unity, stability, prosperity, and strategic security. May Uganda continue advancing in peace, justice, transformation, and patriotism. And may all of us remain committed to defending the dignity, stability, and future of our country and our continent. I thank you for God and my country. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda.
Let us once again appreciate His Lordship, the Honorable the Chief Justice, for delivering the address of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, to us. My Lord CJ, thank you very much, and thank you so much also for your remarks and also for gracing this occasion with your presence. The Honorable the Chief Justice, we have an award to be presented at this 8th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture, and we humbly request you to present it on behalf of His Excellency, the President. Your Lordship, distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, this year's award goes to an exceptional leader, a trailblazer in Uganda's justice sector, and a woman whose tenure as Director of Public Prosecutions profoundly transformed the landscape of criminal justice in our country, the Honorable Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo, now the Principal Judge. Please permit me to read the citation. On 22nd of April 2020, Honorable Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo assumed office as the first female Director of Public Prosecutions in Uganda's history, following His Excellency's appointment. Recognizing that institutional transformation begins with empowering those who serve within it, she prioritized the welfare and professional growth of prosecutors through promotions, massive recruitment, salary enhancement, operational facilitation, and improved working conditions. Under her stewardship, prosecutors who had long served under difficult circumstances witnessed renewed institutional hope, professional recognition, and improved morale. Her tenure also saw significant institutional reforms, including the development of strategic plans, prosecutorial guidelines, specialized training frameworks, and the establishment of the first ODPP Virtual Prosecutors Academy in East Africa, an innovation that strengthened continuous professional development and prosecutorial excellence. Honorable Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo also enhanced the visibility of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Above all, Honorable Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo distinguished herself through visionary leadership, integrity, courage, professionalism, and unwavering commitment to justice. Today, we proudly recognize and honor the Honorable Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo for her outstanding and transformative service to the Republic of Uganda and for her invaluable contribution to the advancement of justice, prosecutorial excellence, and institutional transformation. May her legacy continue to inspire generations in the pursuit of justice, integrity, and service to humanity. My Lord, the Honorable, the Chief Justice, representing His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, I now humbly invite you to present the award to Her Lordship. My Lady, please step forward to receive the award. So the plaque reads, honoring excellence in leadership. This award is presented to the Honorable Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo, Director of Public Prosecutions 2020 to 2025, for your exceptional and exemplary leadership, steadfast dedication, and the administration of criminal justice in Uganda. Your legacy will endure. Presented by His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tibuhaburwa, President of the Republic of Uganda, 29th May 2026. Your Lordship, the Honorable, the Chief Justice, usually at the Joan Kagezi Memorial Lectures, we also present a gift to the keynote speaker. And this year's keynote speaker was none other than the Honorable, the Principal Judge, Honorable Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo. Please step forward as His Lordship presents the gift to you. Thank you very much, Your Lordship. We will now just have a photo moment, and I'll humbly request His Lordship, the Honorable, the Chief Justice, representing the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable, the Principal Judge, the Director of Public Prosecutions, the family of Joan Kagezi, Philip and Carol, please join them. You may remain seated. They'll come and stand at the back. Philip and Carol, please join them at the back. Okay, so can we have the rest of the family members please join them? The rest of the Kagezi family. And one of them is actually Philip's wife. All right, thank you very much. The next photo, the Kagezi family, you can step down. Can we please have the minister's representative, the Inspector General of Government, the chairperson of the Judicial Service Commission, and the panelists for the 8th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. Please come forward. Can spread out a bit. Spread out a bit. Thank you very much. And the next photo, please step down, those at the back. The next photo will have the top management of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Please come forward. Thank you very much. And the last photo will be for the development partners and service chiefs representatives. Please step forward. Please spread out. Please spread out on the other side. Thank you very much. The Honorable, the Chief Justice, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the 8th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture, which is of 2026. I would like to take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to each of you for your presence, participation, and contributions to the success of this occasion. I hope that the discussions that we have held here shall continue to guide and inspire us in our respective roles and responsibilities. As we depart, may we carry forward the lessons and reflections from today's lecture and continue to uphold the ideals that we have celebrated here. The Director of Public Prosecutions has prepared a special meal for us in the restaurant called Sunset Restaurant in the Conference Center on the first floor. We shall be guided by the protocol team. Please do not leave until you have partaken of it and it has already been blessed. On behalf of the organizers, I wish you safe travels and a pleasant rest of the day. Thank you all and may God bless you all. Can we please rise for the anthems led by the police band in reverse order? Thank you very much. Protocol team, please lead the Honorable the Chief Justice, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for their meal. Thank you very much.